So let's get into it. Here we go. Play the game. Find out what the game has in store for us at this late stage of completion that we are in. "100% run." I don't think I want to be sitting at my computer for the next 30 hours straight. I feel like that is maybe not the situation that I am signing up for. I see the humoring of me speaking about my progression in this game, sure. I don't actually know how far my progression is compared to what else remains in the game and the other things that we could be doing. I do know that I have spawned in directly in front of a incomplete 2-star logic grid, so that's cool. I guess that's what we're up to. It's like a gift that I left myself from last stream. Will there be some progression today? Listen, every puzzle solved is another puzzle solved, okay? There's progression and then there's progression. What am I even doing here? Oh, it's the 2s and 3s. Yes, the 2s and 3s, of course. The 3s and the 2s. The 2s and the 3s. Alright, well... How are we measuring progression? That's a very good question. I've actually fully completed my skill tree. So, in that sense, I am very progressed. I haven't spent any additional resources on cosmetics yet. So, in that sense, I am not very progressed at all. I guess you can read whatever you want into it. Alright, so starting in the center, almost assuredly. It seems like it wants me to do 3, 2, 2, 3. If this is a 2 here, we have a 3 and then a 2 and then a dot. So the 2s need to be split up. I think the 2s need to be split up such that the dot is here. I don't think there's any other way to do it, right? 2 here, 3, 2, 2? 2 here, 3, 2, dot. Yeah, I think it needs to be dark as 2. Like this. And then none of these can touch each other. Like that. This comes out. And then this mirrors the same way. This comes out like that. What? Oh, the positioning is different. It doesn't mirror. That's fascinating. Ah. That's nice of it to just get this right for me. Two stars. 12.3k away from VIP again. How many VIPs does one man need? Hey, look. It's not a star puzzle at all. It's just regular dots. Are we even allowed to do regular dot puzzles? Watch this be harder than the puzzle I just did. All dark regions have area 2. Let's go. Connect all light cells. Don't make this pattern. Okay. This is actually harder than the puzzle I just did. Because I don't know what to do now. All dark, so the light can be everywhere, except for I can't make it 2x2. So these can't both be light. One of them needs to be dark. And it can't be this one. It can't be dark light. And it can't be dark dark, so this has to be light. So this has to be dark. And then rules about 2x2s. And then everything needs to be connected. And then rules about region size. and then 2x2s, and then connected. And then this can't be dark, because if this was dark, we would lose. The light would no longer be connected. This has to be light. And then we cannot make a 2x2. So something over here needs to be dark. It could be light, dark, dark, light, dark, dark. I think it needs to be dark, dark here. Because it can't be dark, light. Can it be light, light? Light, light, dark, dark, light. So it's got to be dark, dark like this. Easy. Our kingdom is everything the light cells touch. What about the dark cells? Do we not talk about the dark cells? What about that shadowy place? Whoa! Connect all light cells. Viewpoint numbers count visible cells in the 4 directions, including the cell they're on. This is Akari. Now I have a name for this mechanic. It turns out my efforts in Sudokuvania have given me great insight into the islands. This can't be dark. Or rather, this can't be light, because it needs to only see 1. And all light cells need to be connected. So it needs to be dark, so this needs to be light. We're doing it. So we're so good. We're so good. Does this also need to be... Is this really enough to get started? This isn't Akari? In what way is this not Akari? Maybe I don't know what Akari is. Maybe I'm just making things up. Viewpoint numbers look a lot like lanterns to me. If this was light, it would need to be sealed off. No, it would need to be dark, dark here, but the light could come out this way. If this were dark, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It would cut the puzzle in half. So this needs to be light. This could maybe be light. If this is light, this is dark. Akari is about placing lights so that an entire grid is covered. Oh, right. Part of the conceit of Akari is that every non-wall cell gets illuminated. Right. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not sure actually how I am, like, this needed to be dark because I couldn't have lights sealed off. But everything else, I'm kind of not sure how it falls into place. Like, this could be light, and then dark, dark, and then light connects. And then this could be light, and just across. And then this could be light going down, and then this is dark. Oh, but then this can't be... Now this can't be dark, though, right? If this is light, this can't be dark, because if this is dark, it would seal off again. So it has to be light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If this is light, then dark, dark, and this has to be dark. If this is dark, just dark all the way down. Both seem fine? I guess if this is dark, it's once again sealing the puzzle off, so this has to be light. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, dark. So now this can't be light. There we go. This can't be dark. And this can't be dark. Okay. All right. Cool. It all came together. It's one of those things where it's like it's not obvious where to start, so the puzzle looks harder than it actually is, and then once you get started, everything is fine. Don't make this pattern. Oh, look at all these patterns we can't make. I love not making patterns. One of these two has to be dark. They could, in fact, both be dark. No, they can't. Exactly one of these two has to be dark, and then the other has to be light. And we only need to not make 4 in a row for light. Oh, this is really flexible. It feels like you could do almost anything here, and it would work. But apparently that's not the case. You can't do almost anything here. Apparently there's a lot that you can't do, on account of the solution should be unique. Which makes me wonder. Should be, yeah. My understanding is that most of the puzzles are unique solutions, and some few of the puzzles are not unique solutions, but they should be. Like, they should have been designed to be, rather than the designer missed that there was an alternate solution as well. What's up, Ender? How's it going? Don't make this pattern. Okay. Don't make 4 in a row. Like, what if I just made everything light and then started inserting dark cells at random? That would work, right? As long as all of the light cells could still connect. Like, dark, dark, dark. No, that wouldn't work. Can't have 4 light cells in a row. And also, can't cut off anything. So there needs to be a lot more light than dark. And all the light cells need to be connected. But I don't know how to start it. Like, I know that one of these two has to be dark. And I don't know which one. If this is dark, light needs to come up through here. Ah, that's how that works. Then that needs to be dark. And then light needs to come through here. And this can be light or dark, and it doesn't make a difference? Surely not. This needs to be light. If this is light, this needs to be dark. So let's make this dark so that this can be light. If this is light, I could put dark on either end. Yeah, I see the 4 in a row rule. It's just I have to be, like, a little bit more future-sighty about applying it in order for things to work. And then dark, dark. Is that a problem? I don't know, I don't think so. And like a random dark, dark, dark. Dark, dark, dark. Dark. Dark, light, dark. Connect all light cells needs to be the key, and I need to figure out how to apply that. Like, if this is dark, right? Then these 3 need to be light. And then this can't be dark. This can't be dark. So that needs to be like that, and that, and that. And that. Which means these need to come across this way. Great. 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 There's just like enough space in the puzzle that it's hard to figure out exactly where everything applies. I know that everything needs to apply, but there's like so much space. Okay, these puzzles look suspiciously unsolved, which makes me wonder what I was doing with my time here previously. Yo, there's this whole extra island over here that I just haven't even bothered to look at? What's wrong with me? I'm gonna go to the extra island. How many islands this place got? How does there keep being more islands? I don't think I ever went up here. Yeah, there's just a bunch of stuff to do. All right, let's do some stuff. How does this work? Ah, I see how this works. Well, I hope I'm doing something right, because it would be very easy to do something wrong. I think I did something wrong. Ah, I see what I could have done. Because I can go in and out on these. Whoop. Whoop. I like these because you can make mistakes and then fix them and then feel good about it. They're very satisfying puzzles. Why is... Okay, I gotta figure this out. Why is AutoMod informing me about these messages that it needs to just block? Like, just block them. You really don't need to ask me about any of these. Like, if they're blocked, just block them. Literally just block them. Why are you prompting me? How do I make you not prompt me about any of this garbage? Why is moderation so difficult? It's like if there's a blocked term or phrase, just don't show it. That seems like it should be easy. Apparently it's not as easy. All right, I'll worry about it later. Well, in this case, it's not AutoMod. It is I have given them a phrase that when people say it, don't show the messages. And instead of not showing the messages, it is showing me the messages and asking me if I want to allow the message. Which is not the interaction I want. I want to just not show the message. And sure, if I let it sit, it will not, like, it'll time out and then not show the message. But it's still cluttering up my view of the chat with this garbage. Which is also not what I want. I guess that's what I get for being a moderator. Don't make this pattern. Oh, that's cute. Okay. So don't make this pattern means that we're essentially doing snakes, right? So this is going to look a lot like the, Hello? Double raid? What are you people doing out here? Tom Berry, Batty Mass, thank you, thank you. How was, I'm assuming this was practice. How did your practice go? I should know what you were doing. Yeah, it should be very obvious what you were doing. I think Urza's busy for a while, so I'm not going to get as much chance to do practice, which means I should probably go back and watch your practice streams, because that's potentially helpful too. Interesting seeds, very cool. All right, yeah. I got some work to do this weekend. I got some more scouting to do. Yeah, there's definitely been some ruder seeds I've run into. I think my last practice session with Urza, I had enemy rando and mostly nerfs, like one or two all nerf seeds, and then a bunch of enemy rando seeds, and multiple no keys seeds. Like it's a pain. It's a pain. Anyway, so the point I'm trying to make here, yeah, it's time spinner. It's all time spinner. Always time spinner. Um, so the point I'm trying to make here is this 10, instead of being able to take up this slot here, I think the most it can do is take up these two slots, because if I take up this slot, I'm making the pattern. This is a regions puzzle? It is a regions puzzle, yeah. So any area number, any number on the cell indicates a similar colored region of that size. Kind of dropped it after getting a perfect save file. Fair enough. So what this means is normally this 10 would be able to get 1, 2, 3 cells out of here, but I think it can only get these 2. Whether it takes these 2 is not clear, but since it needs 10, it has to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now it could turn here if it wanted. But this needs to be dark, and that needs to be dark. Oh, and then we connect all dark cells. I see. And I can't make the pattern, is the other thing that I can't do. No patterns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 block. This needs to be 3. 10. Don't make the pattern. All right, so now in theory, this could connect to here, right? And then we block off the 5 and the 8, right? This could just be closed here, and then the 10 goes to here, and then the 8 goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then the 5 goes... Where does the 5 go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 goes here? 5 goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Maybe the 5 goes up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? So the 10 goes here and then down? And then the 8 goes around the edges? That looks like an owl to me. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, 9, 10. Excellent. Yeah, I kind of have to treat this one like the letter region puzzles instead of the number region puzzles, because that's the design it has to make, right? Things have to be separated by a certain amount, and there's no, giant, like, it's just like the draw the lines connecting the two things with, less clarity about which things you're connecting. All you have is lengths of lines. Ah, okay. So this has to do this, and then we don't make this pattern, so we're connecting all dark cells. Great, I love that. That sounds fantastic. So this can't tee off. This has to go in a direction from here. Because we're making a snake, essentially. The dark line can't separate. So this could be 6 here. This could be 2 here. And then this is the other end of the snake, for example. Could also be 2 here. and then this goes that way. That seems like it wouldn't work. Not because, like, I know that it wouldn't work, but because it seems like it wouldn't work. Is there some specific thing that I have to do with the 2 and 3 up here? I guess if the 2 goes out to the right, we have dark here, dark here, dark here. And then it has to go up. So this has to be an endpoint if the 2 goes out to the right. If the 2 goes up, dark, 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 we have an endpoint here. If the 2 goes down, dark, 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 dark. Is this a problem here? I feel like it is, because there's no way to loop through. So regardless, I think we have our endpoint up here. Because if this is a square, if this is dark, I can't actually connect to that without making the pattern. Right? It's not just draw the straight line, because making a square here will make the shape. So down, I think, is just flat illegal. Or makes an endpoint. So regardless, it makes an endpoint here. So this can't make an endpoint here, I think. Right? Double check all this. So 2 up definitely makes an endpoint. 2 right definitely makes an endpoint. Because this thing is sealed off. And 2 down, dark, 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 I think is just untenable. Or makes an endpoint. Yeah, okay. So this has to be here. And then this has to be light, and this has to be light, and this has to be light. And then this can come up this way. And then I can't make this 2 by 2 dark, right? So if this is light, then I have to do dark down here, which makes another endpoint. So this has to be dark. Which I think means the 6 needs to be 2 by 3, like this rectangle here. Yeah, this corner means the dark needs to connect and then go around. And then this can't go down without making an endpoint. So it needs to go, and it can't go up at all. So it needs to go out like that, which seals off, which makes that. Yeah, okay. So I think this goes like this. And then the 2 goes up. Oh, I bet it goes... Yeah, I think this goes like this, and the 2 goes up. And then that has to be the endpoint. How do I do that? I think this might have overcommitted. But maybe this just goes across here? If this goes up for the 2... Maybe the 2 goes right? Maybe the 2 goes right. This really is a lot of just draw the line. Hate drawing lines, man. I want to have a reason to draw the line instead of just drawing lines and seeing if it works. The relationship between this 2 and this 3 is weird. I could need to do this. Then this would have to be light. Then this would have to be dark. And then come out, so that doesn't work. If this is light, dark, dark, dark. Ah, that actually works. And then this extends to there. And this goes out this way. There we go. Just draw the good line. Don't draw bad lines, draw good lines. Sightseer? Am I ready for Sightseers? That's the island I'm on, isn't it? Hello? Thank you. I think I need to be up there. Oh, it's from under the roof. Wow, I missed that there was a roof involved. Jeez. Somewhere here. I'm gonna make sure the roof lines up. Struggling to do Sightseers. Always struggling to do Sightseers. I totally came up here before. Man. I just didn't do any of the puzzles? I just, like, flew through rings and left? That's a statue's foot? Which statue? What steps? Is that up here somewhere? Oh, what's up, puzzle? Where do you suppose one of these statues is? That's a very awkward Sightseer. Just for the record, if anybody asks, extremely awkward. It's the same kind of stone everywhere, too. Where is there a statue? With a foot? Can't believe this statue is just giving away the goods. Also, there was a hidden gate. Archway, hidden archway. Hey, look, a Sightseer. Can't deal with that Sightseer. I'm too busy dealing with this Sightseer. Where even are there statues, man? any of you statues? Maybe closer to the start? I saw like a lion or two, but the lions don't have those kind of feet. It's near a stairway. It is near a stairway. Gotta find a stairway next to a statue. This is the wrong kind of stone. Statues and stairs over here? Was it just on the island that I left and I shouldn't have ever left that island? Maybe. Starting to seem that way. There are a lot of stairs over here. Even if I'm not seeing a lot of statues. Oh. Puzzles. You sure do got puzzles over here. Yo, I think I found the stairs. I think I found the statue. Yeah, it was just right there the whole time. I guess the trick was knowing that statues existed. If only I had known that statues existed. Where was that other sightseer? I know I saw another one while I was cruising around here looking for things that I thought existed but didn't. Or did, but in the wrong place. I don't know, man. Let's just do glide rings. Uh-oh, I missed some. Damn it. Wow, what a confusing course. Ah! Rough. Rough? Heck yeah. Alright, that's good. That's good. Take those. Alright, now that glide rings are done, what do you have to say for yourself? Oh, it's the same deal. Okay, connect all dark cells, sure. None of these can talk. And the dark cells need to basically snake through them? Interesting. Yeah, this needs to go in and out here. Well, I don't know where the other endpoint is, right? It could be here. No, it can't be there, because that would make 2 endpoints. Here would also make 2 endpoints, so no. I'm so ready to make so many assumptions about how this line has to look. I hate it here. Like, I am already assuming that this 5 is connected here and the endpoint is down here. It's actually probably not, now that I think about it. No, it still could be. It still could be. Right? If this goes here and then connects up and around. Or if this goes here and then we go around like that to connect. Or it could even 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 go here, here, around this way, and then connect up. And that would make this 3 being here and then across make more sense. Like, any one of these could be the endpoint, right? Is there any reason why this, for example, couldn't be the endpoint? And then we just do whatever we're doing, and then we end up here, and then end here? Like, am I missing an insight? Is there an insight that I should have remembered that applies to this puzzle and gives me kind of an easier breaking in point? I'll look through my insights again. Oh, I haven't clicked this button in a while. There was an insight. Was there an insight regarding snakes? Don't make T-shapes? The snake pattern. When you must connect a color and no T-shapes are allowed, you must draw a path that doesn't branch. Yep. The snake will have exactly 2 endpoints. When making a snake, if the 2 ends of the snake are already determined, snake tiles in corners must extend in both directions. Yep. Snake no 2x2. Yeah, okay. Okay. Avoid snake traps. Yeah, fill in the holes. Yep. Extra whites to place around the black corners. Oh, that's true. I could just place those things, and that'll probably help me figure out a lot of it. Snake entry parity. All right. So this section from snake pattern to snake entry parity is all potentially useful stuff. But yeah, you're right. Given that I have done this, I can do this, and this, and this, and this. And then this is already sealed. And I have to figure out if any of these are endpoints. This can't be light, because that would make 2 more endpoints. Same here. Which means we have to do that. If this is light, that makes 2 endpoints, so it can't be there. If this is light, it does not make 2 endpoints. So this could be an endpoint. Could. Not Must, but could. If this is light... Wait, if this is an endpoint, then we have to go around here, and then up here. Up through here to get there. Which I don't know how we then make a 5 after that, if this is an endpoint. So that feels like maybe a bit of a struggle. This is light, this is dark, this is light. Dark, dark. If this is light, this is dark, this is light, that's 2 endpoints. If this is light, this is dark, this is light, so this is light, so this is dark. See, that still works, is the thing. If this is just a square here. Kind of have to avoid weird shapes, otherwise you make extra endpoints. And this is probably like 3 light here, and then this snake just goes across, connects here, does something. If it goes up through here, it kind of has to connect to this, doesn't it? I don't like that, because I feel like that leaves this 5 with too much room. I guess it could come up here, and then down around like this, right? And have the 4 be vertical. The 5 be like this. And then we have room to play with this 5. That feels real, actually. I don't know if it's the owl yet, but that feels right. Yeah, I still haven't determined where the other endpoint is or has to be. I don't know if there even is a has to be. This feels possible, because it would be 2 light here, and then this 5 would extend to here, and then this would just go around like that, and then this goes through here. And then, yeah, if the dark goes to here, this light goes here and makes another endpoint. So if this comes around this way, it doesn't work, does it? I'm kind of on this being like a 3 here across. But that doesn't quite work either. Yeah, I'm more thinking that it's going to be up and then like that. Right? Go through here, go around the 4, go down around the 5, and then give the 5 enough room to do whatever the 5 wants to do. Five to here, 3 to here, so this snakes between them. Haha. Goes through here, around this 5 and up, and then this 5 connects to this light. Just up like that. So like that. Looks like it works. I I feel like the snake puzzles and the region puzzles where it's simulating the connect all of the dots or connect all of the pairs are more heuristic based than algorithm based, and I don't like that. That bothers me. It is a different kind of problem solving that I appreciate less. But maybe that's just because I don't have the logic internalized in a formal way. Like, I have the ideas internalized, like I understand what it's trying to make me do, but it doesn't feel formal enough to me to be like logic based. Oh, where are we going? Okay. Oh, we're going everywhere. This is a long one. Nice. All right, take me back up. There's more to do. I guess this bad boy? More of the same? Ah, now it's don't make this pattern with light. And we connect all dark cells. Okay. But dark can do anything as long as light doesn't touch. Yeah, so this 12 needs to come out between these two, like this. And we are connecting all dark cells. Which means this is an endpoint for the dark cells. So the dark cells need to come out this way. And this needs to connect, probably not an endpoint. But I guess I'm not positive. And then this 12 can do like a variety of different things, but it can't make a square, right? So it's going to go like 1, 2, 3 connect, or 1, 2, 3 connect, or 1, 2, 3 connect, or something like that. But it can be squiggly. It doesn't have to be, you know, the one right angle. It can squiggle if it wants to. This 4 now can get exactly 1 in this direction, because it can't go here or here. So this is 2, 3, that's walled off. And all dark cells need to connect. Oh, dark cells can have as many endpoints as they want. I forgot. And this could be out to here or here. Swapped Sudoku for Nurikabe. Yeah, I guess so. I don't actually know, like, the names of the puzzle types. But yeah, we're doing more Nikolai and Nikolai adjacent puzzles here, for sure. Can this go up? It can. Can go right. It can go up if I do like a squiggle here. Could even, like, have this go across there. I guess if this does this specifically, it gives it the most room for 4 and 5 to move up. But I know this... this seals, so this needs to come out this way. I see. So this has to be there. Alright. I guess there is only one way to do this, then. Great. Great. What's up, Vera? Thank you so much for making sure that I stay watered. Appreciate your efforts. The Dora experience? How much is this? This is 7. So 8, 9, or 8, 9. But regardless, this is light. 10, so that's sealed off. This needs to come out this way, which means that's there. 11. And if this is 11, the only way this 7 is getting anything done is if it goes out this way. 3. So this needs to be dark here. So that the 7 can come out this way. And then this dark needs to connect through to here. So that looks like that. This is now 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now this is disconnected, so it needs to come out this way. All right, now we're finally making some action. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. Okay. I have solved 224 puzzles in this region, and it feels like a bunch of the remaining ones are morphic fractals. So we might be done with the archipelago of curiosities sooner rather than later. No, I still didn't get these. We should go back and do these. What the heck is this? Got a jumping man in the middle of everything? Oh, right. I remember doing the 5-star one of these down at in the center of the maze. Presumably I actually did that instead of abandoning it. Now nonograms. Not quite. Not quite. The darts indicate that there are that many dark cells in that row or column. So each row and column has exactly 2 dark cells, and they don't touch either diagonally or orthogonally. No adjacency at all. It's a turtle with something stuck to its foot. Yeah, I agree with that. That sounds about right. Star Battle. I don't think I know what Star Battle is. Phone internet does not agree with stream. That is a thing that happens. Alright, so the most restricted row or column is this one. But there are still 3 possible spots for dark cells. 1. I mean, technically 4, but like if it's one of the if there's 2 over here, it's 1 and 1. Whereas if this is 1, any of these 3 could be the second. We got 2 of these 4. Here we have a little bit more ambiguity, but also like a bit of a pair off, because these have the same kind of connections, right? One of these 2, one of these 3. Not necessarily, like still could be pair, right? Both down at the bottom. But it's similar in that this is sort of a region on its own, and this is either 1 or 2 regions. What that does mean, though, is because of the adjacency rules, one of these has to be dark, so neither of these can be dark. That's the important part here. And the same holds true here. One of these 3 and here, so like that. Which is not super restrictive, but is required. Is a start. I have put some blocks down into the grid. Does that make anything more restrictive for any of my other rows or columns? Not especially. Turtle's got something stuck to his foot. Can we block these off? Yeah, probably. Could have both of these or any of these collectively doing a thing. We still don't have any guarantee about the spot here. If we had a guarantee anywhere here, that would be helpful. Can this be dark? I do have to pay some amount of attention to things sealing off multiple rows at a time, right? Like if this is dark, both this row and this row get blocked. Doesn't super mean anything yet. But like only one can be within this 2x2 region. In here and here and here. So that actually is restrictive on this pair of rows. Because either one restricts the other here. Here is a second. Here is a third. Here is a fourth. Yeah, I can't have more than... There's no positioning that allows for more than 2 dark cells within these 7 cells. Which means that one of these 2 has to be sealed off. It doesn't mean that any one specifically of these 2 has to be sealed off. But one of these 2 has to be sealed off. Like, if either of these are filled, this is sealed. But it could be one of these 2 are filled. So that this is still open for the dark cell. But it does mean this is a guarantee. So there's that, I guess. That's not nothing. It's not a lot, but it's not nothing. How else are we doing here? What if I can use this? Restrict the rows on either side of it. Kind of the same way that I did for these, but paying attention to what the other row can do. Like, well, with this, it can afford to get a few more restrictions. It's probably fine. Man, I'm tired. Awful. Will this be a light Sudoku Mania boss too? Maybe, maybe. I feel like this isn't hard enough to be a Sudoku Vania boss. Top left digit is a 5, definitely. And there's probably a 3 in the corner. I'm looking at these and this, feeling like maybe there has to be something here. Like, yeah, there's not a guarantee that this region up here will be used, right? Both of these columns could be 1 1 and then 1 1. Like, that would be, without taking anything else into account, a legal arrangement for those columns. So it's not like restricting this column from placing something here. If this column goes here, these are both sealed off, as is the rest of this. And then it's 1 1 1 1. And that seems fine? Is that fine? If this is fully blocked, then it's 1 here and 1 here. Seems fine. I don't want to spin that out too long. I guess I could keep going with that assumption, right? One here and one here, which sets these two rows up to still be solvable. Right? Like, this 2x2 region, this is another region, this is another region, this is another region, seems fine. Here and one here. Blocks off these two, blocks off these two. But then there's like a bunch of freedom on the rest of these cells. Yeah, it seems fine. What other rows have a lot of restrictions? No, there has to be one in this grid, one in this grid, one in this 2x2, and one in this 2x2 for these two rows to be happy. Can I do the same thing here? Here, here, here? One in here, one in here, one in here. Yeah, that doesn't actually give me any more information, does it? Oh, this one actually does need this to be filled for the same reason, right? One in this block, one in this block, one in this block. There needs to be a third. This does have to actually be filled right here specifically. Yeah. Okay, so that actually limits what we can place in these columns. Right? These have to be blocked. These have to be blocked. And then one down here, so this and this and this all have to be blocked. Which means we have one here and exactly this one. So these are blocked. All right, here we go. Here we go. Now we are playing the game. Now the game is being played. This is now here and here, which leaves a lot of room for this other column, so it doesn't actually restrict anything there. But now it's this and this specifically. Missed when I started talking about 2x2s, but you're happy about it. Yeah, it's a pretty good technique. Ooh, this is actually really restricted as well. I think it hard requires this to be dark. Because it's this region of 6x2, and it needs 3 in it. Which means it has to be one here, one here, one here. Because putting a dark one here leaves not enough room for two more dark cells. Which means this exactly. This now has to be exactly these two. This now has to be one in here and one in here. This now has to have one in these two. This now has to be exactly here, which means that and that. Good progress, good progress. This now requires this and one of these two. This now requires this and one of these two. This is fully blocked. This now requires that. Which means we're here. And there. And here. Cool! Alright, yeah, that looked really hard to break into, but once you started moving, it moved really quickly. It worked out really well. It does look like I solved that 5-star. It is glowing happily, which, you know, you love to see that. Up to the top now. See if there's anything I missed in here. Did I get everything in the maze? Yeah. It sure looks like I did. Excellent, excellent. Now I gotta go get that idiot. And also that other idiot. Star! What is the Super Mario World ass puzzle? All right. Let's move in. Let's move in. This is separated, so we have 2 here, 2 here. Got to take one of them. When is bonus? A good question. This is required. One of these 2, so not that and not that. Where else do we have to go in some particular location? I'm waiting for congratulations. Congratulations was always my favorite. Yeah, this is not sufficiently restrictive here in any case. I think this is required, though. Because, like, if you look at this pair, this 2x2, and then there's this, and then there's this, so that's 3 potential regions for a hit, so this needs to be dark. Likewise here, there's a square here, and then 1, and then 2, and then 2, so this 1 needs to be dark. I guess that means you're here. A lot of room here. This could be anything. This, though, is pretty restrictive. This is like 2.5 regions up in the upper area, so it definitely needs this. And that means I think this is required, right? I think so. Oh, yeah, definitely. This column really only has so much more space to go through. And now this pair needs 3 more. So this 5 length needs to be exactly here, here, and then one of the 2 in the middle. Oh, that one, I guess. This row is done. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, none, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and everything else is open. Great. That's fine. That's fine. No problems. Yeah, a lot of room over here on the left still. So I guess we figure out the right, and then that'll restrict stuff on the left. That seems pretty likely. There's also a lot of room on the right, as it turns out. Oh, there's not a lot of room here, though. Not a lot of room there at all. Okay, so that requires this. Which means this is done. And this is done. So that requires this, so this is done. And now this left side significantly more restricted. One, two, three, four. So this middle row can't be. Looking good. Looking good. Quietly yelling at the screen. Yeah, understandable. So yeah, it needs to be exactly these and these is what this looks like. Perfect. You miscounted. Oh yeah, if you'd actually yelled C7, it would have been a problem. Hup. All right, the 3-star. Into the 3-star. Same concept. Oh yeah, this is it. Did I look at this one before? I think I looked at this one before and walked away from it because I wanted to do an easier version of this before committing to it. And now I feel better about this. Always fun when you're doing a bunch of great analysis when there's a blindingly obvious step on the other side of the screen. Oh yeah, all the time. All the time. This is my roommate is also working on the Sudokuvania and had this exact same problem of like going deep into hypotheticals, and then I look at his screen and it's like, yeah, but that one just needs to be a 2, right? Like this cell just needs to be there's no other thing that cell could be. It's like, oh. Yeah. And it's like an hour later, like, he was really disappointed. I just think it's funny. All right. So the way that we were messing with this before, co-solving puzzles like that is not a bad idea. It's true. It's true. I think I only did it because I'd already beaten that part of the game. So I was fine kind of looking over his shoulder and trying to nudge him towards doing the obvious thing. Spent an hour on deep hypotheticals about a roundabout way to maybe get one cell that would hopefully lift fog, and on the other side of the map, you literally had 2 cells on a 3-cell whip field. Yep. Yep, exactly. Exactly. It's exactly the kind of thing that it's when you're in the thick of it, it's so frustrating. It's like, oh, this is I've lost an hour of my time. I'm never going to get that hour back. But from the outside, it's hilarious. All right, so there was some trick to getting this started before I decided that I didn't want to be a part of this. And I think it was this row specifically where I was like, okay, this can't be dark because it fills in too much. But now that I look at it, that doesn't seem to be the case. So maybe it was a different puzzle that I was looking at, but this looks familiar. But now that I'm looking at it, that doesn't quite work, right? If this is dark, that means these 3 are light. So it has to be this and this. But that's not illegal. Likewise, if this is dark, these 3 are light. It has to be this and this, but that's not illegal. And if this gets filled in by something around it, there's still room here to put 2 pairs. Well, a pair, because that is all of this row is looking for, but nonetheless. But this is the single most restricted row in this entire setup. So the starting point has to be here. So I believe. Maybe this row and the row above it taken as a pair. But there's still like no fully restricted column. So I can't separate it into square regions. Man, how did I start this last time? I know I've done some work on either this puzzle or a puzzle that looks very similar to this. And I don't remember what I did. Maybe I need to be looking at like 3 at a time. So like filling this in blocks some number of things that I can't. That doesn't feel real. That doesn't feel real. Keep looking at this row and trying to determine something about it. This is dark. Does that prevent anything from happening? Means this now has 4 cells available to it for 2, and 4 cells available to it for 1. And there's not a lot of cross-row contamination there. If these 3 get filled in, then I have 2, 1, 2, 1. Because this ends up being 5. So if these 3 get filled in, then it has to be exactly dark, 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 dark. Right? If this was dark. Taking this to paint. It's happening. I don't know how to start this puzzle, so we're immediately starting on the deep hypotheticals. What was it? Control plus? Control plus. There we go. So if this is dark, these 3 are light. Requires exactly dark, 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 dark. Which up here requires exactly dark, dark. Which requires exactly dark, dark. Now this is a full row. This is a full row. This is a full row, or full column, and this is a full column. So one of these 2 needs to be dark. which means this needs to be dark. This column now needs exactly these two. This row is broken. This row is broken down here. So this can't be a dark cell. We figured it out. We got there. Bam! Worth, probably. Does the same hold true for this one? The arrangement is slightly different. If this is dark, now we have to do, again, dark, dark, exactly. Which means these two are open for dark, dark. This row now needs to be exactly dark, dark. This row now needs to be exactly dark, dark. This column is full. This column is full. One of these two needs to be filled in. This row now needs to be exactly dark, dark. This row needs this. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2. Here we have here and here as the only available options, so this needs to be filled in. One of these two. One of these three. This row now needs exactly this, which means we're doing that, which means this row is broken. Okay, great. This doesn't work either. Fantastic news. We have arrived at a contradiction. How does this help? Well, it's a start. It's information. Restrictive enough that I can't do it, but required spinning it out all the way to finding one of the rows broken as a result. So I can keep trying other extremely restrictive cells and see where they land me. But I feel like there's got to be a better way to do this. A lot of freedom in these. This is actually fully filled in. So there's a little bit less freedom in this pair now. Right? One of these three. One, and then this is a 5. So 1, 1, and 1. Which means exactly this needs to be filled in. Wow. That's almost more progress than I was expecting. And then this is a region, and this needs to be 2 regions, so this needs to be split up. 1 here, 1 here. Does that mean that I can afford to... Let's see, one of these two and one of these two is pretty restrictive. That lets me do that, which is nice. This pair means this is a region, this is a region, this is a region, which restricts those, and then this is a region. Does restricting these get me anything? This pair, this is a region, this is a region, this is a region, which restricts those. Like, one of these two has to be filled in. Okay. Vertically, do we have anything going on? Not really. Like, this vertical here, one of these two, one of these two, one of these two, one of these two. But, like, that tells me not a whole lot. It does mean for each of those rows, guaranteed, there's one in those regions. But none of those rows are otherwise restricted enough that that gives me a lot of information. This is... I only need 3 more regions, so this is enough space that it's not restricted. Here, is this a guarantee? 1, 2, 3, 4... No, there's enough space here that it's not restricted either. I think I might be back to burning hypotheticals. If I can find one that is sufficiently painful. Like this. Anything that blocks 2 of these requires one be here. So let's pick something that is like very restrictive, like this one, for example. And to play with that and see what happens. Right? Like if this is dark, these are light, which means this is now exactly this one and one of these two. This row is now exactly this, which means this row is exactly this. This row, this pair of rows is now 1, 2, 3, but that's not restrictive. This row is now exactly this and this, which is neat. Which means the row above it, exactly these. Which means this. Which means here? That's not going to fly. From here, that fills this out, which actually breaks these rows as well, right? If you have these two here like that. I'm going to go through that one more time just in case to make sure I didn't screw anything up. One of these two guaranteed. Which means this needs here. Which means this row now needs exactly this and this. Which means this row needs exactly this and this. Means this column is full. This needs here, which breaks that, and that breaks this pair. Yeah, okay, so this doesn't work. This has to be... This has to be light. Is that sufficiently restrictive to get me moving? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Nope. This now has 3 to work with. 1, 2. 1 out of 3. 1 out of 2. 1 out of 3. Not enough. That is already restricted in any way that matters. We can kind of open the same path by starting with this as dark and seeing if that restricts things the same way. If this is dark, that causes the same set of restrictions up here, which means dark and dark, which means this is dark, which means this is dark. One of these two, this is 2 regions, so this has to be dark. So now this is guaranteed. Which means this is guaranteed, which means this column is filled, which means this pair is busted, because they can't both be in here. So yeah, this one also needs to be light. Which means this is a guarantee, and then one of these two is a guarantee. Which is helpful. That actually gives me a full row here. Now I have 1 and 2, so this has to be full. One of these two, one of these two, and everything else is open again. Damn it! Everything else is fully open again. I keep ending up in this same, like, these two, this column here on the right getting filled by these two. That breaks everything. So, like, if this is dark, I think I end up in the same space. Let's test this. If this is dark, I think that puts me into the same kind of chain. So if this is dark, now this has to be this, and one of these two, and this has to be this. This row now has to be this. This row now has to be this, which means we have this one, which means we have this one, which fills this column, which hasn't broken anything yet, weirdly, but it does mean this has to be filled, which means this has to be filled. Now this row is exactly this and this. This is filled, so this is there. This is filled, so this is there. Wait, is this the owl? No, we only have 1 in the top row. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. How do we only have 1 in the top row? 1 and 1. This is light. This is light. Yeah, these two being placed there breaks it. So this place here means this, and this column means that, which means only room for 1 on the top row. So this does in fact break it. Yeah, this column getting filled breaks the puzzle. So this has to be light. Which means, is that right? Yeah, which means dark and dark here. Which means dark and dark here. Which means this is dark, which fills this column, hopefully in a way that doesn't break the puzzle. One of these two and one of these two, so this has to be filled, which means this and this. That's full, which means this. This needs 2. It's those 2. This was already full. Great news, everybody. Cool. Bit of a struggle, but we got there. 23 puzzles left in the Archipelago of Curiosities. Well, 23 puzzles until my next Mirabilis in the Archipelago of Curiosities. And I still don't want to do Morphic Fractals. So maybe we go Mirabilis hunting somewhere else. Paint is still up. Oh, my bad. Thank you. Sometimes I Alt-Tab away instead of minimizing. Wow, how many? This is just like a big column of rings? There's just the one more ring. All right, well. Oh, there were a bunch more rings. Ha ha ha. Well, I got what I wanted out of that. All right, maybe if I do the same thing, but from here. Show me the super jump. All right, that got all the rings, I think. 19 more puzzles until my next Miracle Cube. But you look unsolved. Okay. Cool beans. How much, how restricted is this, actually? It looks like there's a lot of light on the board, right? Looks like there's a lot of light on the board, but not enough that any given row or column is heavily restricted. 2, 3, 4, 10 by 10. Okay. Needs more 2x2s fully blocked off. This is a region. This is a region. This is maybe 2. This is 2 regions if I split it. So this needs to be that. Now one of these 2. And one of these 2. What's up, Sainiku? Puzzles are great. Love puzzles. This is a region. This is 2 regions. This is 2 regions. So this is actually not restricted enough to further declare anything here. Do I have any more information vertically? Now that I've filled in a bunch of space? 2, 3, nope. This is still 4 available regions for 3 required additional cells. Been contemplating streaming your writing. That sounds really interesting. What would that be like? Like, what would you expect to get out of that? And what do you think you're giving to your community out of that? Like, I could see that pretty much just hanging out. All right, fair enough. I could see that being useful in a way, but I could also see that being aggravating. Like, I know for myself, when I'm streaming, that kind of puts a little bit, I don't know that pressure is the right word, but it makes me put a certain amount of expectation on myself for what I am using that time for and how much of that time I'm allotting. And I feel like for a creative endeavor like writing, that could be maybe helpful. Like, I don't know how your system works, but I could also see it being kind of muse killing. So, like, I'm not inherently opposed to it. I just think it's the kind of thing that you want to be careful about. Like, know how your own creativity works, and make appropriate decisions, I guess. I don't know, maybe it's like just hanging out and it's a fun time, in which case go for it. I haven't put enough serious effort into writing or that kind of creating endeavor to really know how I'd react to that situation. All right, well, I have made the knight from Hollow Knight, and I have no further obvious steps. The streaming would be very secondary to the point you'd be blurring out the actual writing screen. Ooh, okay. I kind of like that better, actually. Then it's actually kind of just Hangouts. Maybe you could have like a video going up while other people are like for other people to follow along, like doing something else and just hanging out and chatting. Um, because yeah, if people like critiquing your writing as you're writing, that would be miserable. Like I get mad enough at autocorrect. What else can we do here? If this was filled in, then we have a region, a pair of regions, and a region. If this is dark here, that's actually one of the more restrictive options available here. That would require this to be dark and this and this. That's not viable. So this can't be dark. We've done it. I filled in another cell. Yeah. One. This is still two. This is still two. If this is dark, then you end up requiring dark, dark, and then one of these three. This bottom row is still open. These two columns get filled. Can this be dark here? One, two, three, no. Yeah, can't fill in this whole row because this needs to be a region for these rows down here. All right, that's a little better. Maybe. Here. This needs to be one or two regions. That doesn't say anything about this. This is specifically because, like, the middle of the three. Yeah. The middle of the three is the easy block. Does this give us enough information that I can do something vertically anywhere? The answer is still no. These rows here, I feel like region, region, and this needs to be two regions, which is exactly that. Which still doesn't give me a whole lot. Actually, that does give me something here, right? We have this 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that needs to be one of these two, and one of these two. So it requires this one. Because otherwise it's like one here, or here, or here. Yeah, that fully blocks this stuff. Because it needs one of these three. So we can't have any setup here that fully blocks all of these three. So this has to be fantastic. Now, one of these two and one of these two, so not this specifically. Interesting way to do Picross. Sure. Yeah, I think everybody approaches all of these like Island of Insight logic grids from the perspective of other things they know, which is grid shaped. And the logic grids are so many different kinds of puzzles all the time. So like none of the logic grids have been actual Picross, but they all look vaguely similar. Does the second rule count mirrored as well? Yes, all iterations of this shape. So this way and this way. Mirrored, rotated, everything. Yeah, essentially these two rules mean that a dark cell cannot have any dark cell in the 8 cells surrounding. So it is very restrictive. One of these two needs to be filled. That doesn't help. This is now 3 regions, 1, 1, 1. So this needs to be filled. One. This could be 2 regions. 1, 1, 1, 1. Yeah, this needs to be 2 regions. Which means that needs to be filled. Those two are resolved. There's still 2 spots here. One, 2, 3, 4. Nope, that has to be it. Which means this has to be this. And this has to be this. This is very open up here. Because I had not filled in the columns. Yep, that explains that. This is filled in. 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, none, 1, none, 1. None, eh? None? Alright, this pair is region, region, region. This pair, region, region, region. This pair, all filled in the way you would expect it to. This pair doesn't help. This pair doesn't help. This pair doesn't help. So, let's block some stuff off, shall we? If this is dark, this needs to be dark. So we have dark, dark, and dark. This is going to paint. This is dark. This is filled in. This needs a second. So it's... There's 2 holes open in this row. What do you suppose goes in those open 2 holes? I figured it out. Everything is fine. Wasn't as hard as I was making it look. Is that a sightseer or a flow orb? I think it's a flow orb. Alright, I still don't want to do morphic fractals. So the question is there anything else to do in this zone that is not morphic fractals? There might be another couple of hidden rings or hidden archways. But I think I have done all of the subzones except for the morphic fractals one. And also this idiot. Hello, friend. Complete the pattern. Shall we? Must we? Well, it does seem like the expectation here is this and this. But I don't know how that turns into some other kind of full pattern. I guess it's mirrored around the center? Like rotational symmetry around the center? So like this means this, this means this, this means this, this means this. This means... Ah, other way around. It's inverted across the center. This means this. This means this. This means dark. This means dark. This means light. This means dark. So light and light. Yo, we leveled up. Holy crap! That's a lot of sightseers. Wow. We found Sightseer Central. All right, I have some amount of confidence in my ability to sightsee. Let's go. I see that. Okay, so it's under a roof, looking at columns, with that hidden archway at the bottom. Looking at columns, hidden archway, under a roof? Yeah. Nice. Sightseer Central. Where does that hydrate or dihydrate joke come from? I don't remember where I originally heard it. I just thought it was funny. I couldn't tell you what the source is. Some person who was funny, I guess. I don't think it's original. I'm probably not that smart, but I think it was in like a thread of people making jokes about hail hydrate. Where is this? Dog temple. 1-star puzzle. Stairs going down and looking at those rings. Not actually sure where this is. Once I see it, I think it'll be obvious, but I'm not positive. Stairs going down like that is actually probably up here. Yeah, those are probably the rings. Yep, that's got to be right here. Nice. Statue. Oh, this is the Matchbox Temple. That is here. Looking at it from up here somewhere. Nice. Quick solve. Oh, that's the broken archways. That's all the way in this corner. Nice. Okay. That was good. Oh, I keep coming back to this place. I should set a return beacon. That would be so smart. I've literally never used this functionality, and it seemed so cool when I first found out about it. And I just haven't used it at all yet. Now that there is exactly 2 of these left. Hello? Hello, thank you. Oh, that's on top of the crystal maze. I know where this is. That's in that central area of the crystal maze. Where are we looking? From the center of the maze out towards this thing? Oh, from the right side here. Ah! Where is there more room from here? Nice. Return beacon! How do I use the return beacon? How do I use the return beacon? I see it. Ah. You click on it. And then it is correctly clicked on. And it brings up the nameplate every time you click on it for some reason. That's unnecessary. This is... Oh, I know where that central piece is. So this is on a roof looking at that thing. Which roof? I guess over here? It's the only place with a roof? "31 seconds, pretty good for a sightseer." I think that's all the sightseers. 11 more puzzles for my miracle cube. And I still don't want to do morphic fractals. Where do you think there are more puzzles that aren't morphic fractals? Oh. Found one puzzle that's not a morphic fractal. Ah. Not quite high enough. Do them? No, they're stupid and dumb and I hate them. I will get my miracle cubes elsewhere if that is what is required. $240 puzzles solved. There's got to be more than 10 puzzles left in this area, which means there's probably more puzzles that aren't morphic fractals. But, like, there might not be. It is certainly possible that we have done all of the non-morphic fractal things. Whoa, this idiot! Fascinating. Okay. So this is everything full snake. Got it. Six, 7, 8, 9. If this actually made a circle, it'd be 10, which is not enough for a 15. Let's see. The 7 could go down here underneath the 15. Or it could go up. Most likely the 15 goes up. There's not a lot of room for it. Exactly one symbol per light area, huh? All right. I can respect that. Do we think any of these are endpoints? Like, the 6 could come down here and exactly make an endpoint. And go up and around. I don't know where the endpoints are going to be for all of the dark cells. This could be an endpoint for all I know. Oh, this is a lot to break into. $15. How restricted is this 15? Where does this 15 need to go? Does it need to go up and around? There's a lot. It feels like there's a lot of room for this 15 to expand, given the current placements of the other light cells. Likewise, there is enough room for the 7 to expand. It can go under the 15 or up and either around or avoid. So the 7 here isn't that restricted either. All dark cells must be connected. So either we have a full loop or a snake. How do these dark cells connect to each other? I guess the key is going to be figuring out how the 15 fits into here. And how all of the other areas fit in. Couldn't find the origins. It's a well-known saying. Not a single place even mentions origins. I mean, there's probably a first place that shows up on the internet, but I think it's something that people have been saying. Like, it would be very difficult to pinpoint the first person who ever said this. Like, it's not from a thing. It's ubiquitous enough at this point that it's, you know, public domain or whatever. Can't make T's out of the light cells either. So the light cells also need to be snakes. Usually you could find etymologies. Yeah, depending on where it's from, for sure. Like, a lot of stuff you can trace it to shows or speeches or something. Or, you know, even a particular post on Reddit or 4chan or something like that. Um, yeah, I guess it is kind of weird that the you know, the first known usage of this thing hasn't popped up. All right, it's probably the 15. Yeah, exactly, Sainiku, exactly. But I feel like the 15 has multiple directions it can go. None of this 3 is maybe the most restricted in terms of where it can go, but it doesn't need that much space to go. I really should be able to give subs the power to post links, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I don't know. Searching for it with the hyphen has a lot of hits. I mean, searching for it in general has a lot of hits. I think that's part of the problem, is it's just out there. Like, I don't think I am original in any way for putting this phrase together. I'm pretty sure I heard it somewhere, and I was like, oh, that's funny. But I could not for the life of me tell you where I heard it. If this goes up, it needs to be separated from the 15. If it goes down, it needs to be separated from the 15. But I don't know where the 15 is going otherwise. Like, the 15 could easily be getting a bunch of space covered down here and then going up or left up and around here. But then the dark cells, maybe there's something I can do with the dark cells in terms of knowing how they need to connect to each other. So a certain amount of space needs to be open around some of the light cells, because it's got to like snake through and around to keep them separate from each other, right? Yeah, so there needs to be dark cells passing through between every section of light. That's not true, actually. The light cells could just be diagonally connected. And then the dark cell butts up against that barrier, and then hydrate or die straight. That's right, kids. Water makes you gay. Heard it here first. Keep drinking that gay water or you'll be boring. Made the frogs gay? I think frogs made the frogs gay. It's, it's only gay if you swallow it. Yeah, I'm an alpha male. Can't imagine putting anything inside my body. Unbelievable. Thank you for this gift, chat. I appreciate you. Man, where do I go from here? I should have more than this. I should know what I'm doing. At least a little bit. Like, this doesn't have to come out down, right? Like, I could imagine a world where this is light and this goes around the 4 this way, for example. And then this is an endpoint and there's another endpoint somewhere else out on the map. Yeah, I need to find the 2 endpoints. And it seems like there's a lot of places where that could be. My first instinct was actually the 6 comes down here in the corner and makes this an endpoint, and then probably this also an endpoint. Buy, date, or die straight. There you go. That's your call to action. Like, stuff needs to connect, and I'm not exactly sure how it needs to connect. Maybe we can do something with the 2? I think at least one end has to be at that cluster of 4 darks. Yeah. They can't just all connect to each other. No, that's not true, right? If this connects here, and then connects here, and then connects here, this can go up, and this can go left, and this is just going around the 1 without creating an endpoint. It's possible for this to not be an endpoint. And vice versa, right? Could be the not on this side because of this connection here with the 1 and the 7, but on the left side specifically. It could be coming in here and then out like that. Or this could be light, and this is 2 endpoints, right? Like an endpoint here and an endpoint here. Could go either way. I'm still stuck on the 6 coming down here and turning this into an endpoint. Actually, can this be light? If this is light, this has to come out to here and then up. Which means this is sealed off, which means this has to go up here. Then this could be light. But if this is light, it has to connect to one of the other sides. It can't connect to the 5. Can it connect to the 15? Admire my executive function. I have a routine, dude. I have a routine and I have to stick with it. If I don't stick to the routine, everything is lost. Everything is set on fire and I can never return to the routine. You don't understand how difficult it is for me to take vacations. If I take a vacation and I come back after the vacation, I'm like, oh no, how do I pick it up again? How do I start again? It's so awful. But this is how I manage anything. It's like I have a routine, I stick to the routine, and then, you know, I can have free time around the routine. But if I don't stick to the routine, might as well just be setting my entire life on fire. Your spouse just changed her work schedule? Oh no. Well, I don't envy you in this time of strife, but I hope it works out for you. All right, I'm taking this to paint to kind of draw on things and see if it works out in the way that I think maybe it cannot. So, if this is light here, right? This has to come up here, and then this has to be sealed off. And then this has to come up here, and then both of these have to be sealed off. So what we're looking at is this chain, which, if it then connects down to here, causes a problem. Because then it connects down here and has to come up somewhere, but it can't do this. So this has to be light, which means this is coming out as another endpoint. And this has to do that. Now this is coming up here, and this has to connect to something else. So this essentially has to connect to the 15, because it can't connect to the 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. In theory, it's possible. This has to go up a little bit more, which means this has to be sealed off here, like that. Which means this has to be like that. Can we take this back a little bit further? We do this. This has to be light, and this has to be light. We decided this has to be light, which I think that's correct. And then this has to come out. And this has to connect to something, so it has to connect to the 6. Yeah, if 6 had 7 there, it would work. This has to connect to something. So this all comes out like that. This has to connect. This has to connect. This has to connect. This has to be stopped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This now has to connect, which means this has to be dark and this has to be dark. So this doesn't work. We cannot have this be light at all. All right. We did it. We did it. Step 1. This has to be dark. Nailed it. So this has to be light now to prevent the symbol, the pattern. Now, this could still be light, or this could still be light, right? This could still be light here, and we have an endpoint. But this part at least we have to do. And then this has to connect to this 6. Which means it can't connect up and around, because then the up and around is sealed off or makes a T. I think there is an intermediate intuition for no T that I have that means that I'm skipping steps. Which step am I skipping? Okay, so actually this is helpful. What assumption am I not stating? Like, what logical jump didn't make sense to you? Anyway, this has to connect to the 6, and it has to connect in a way that doesn't seal off dark. So it has to do that. And then this has to be dark. So that has to go up here, unless it's... No, this has to be dark because of the T's. And then this has to be light. And this has to go up. So this can't connect here, because that's too much. So this has to be here. Okay, so the shape that I had was actually correct, except it needed the 6 to go up to here. This might connect here, but it also doesn't have to. Yeah, in, over, and out making a P would cause a problem. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I have the no T requires several logical steps on top of it to understand that that means you are either making a snake or a circle, but you are either making a snake or a circle because of the no T. Yes, snake or an Ouroboros. Correct. So once again, I am stuck because I am not sure where endpoints are, which means that I have several different possibilities for what I'm doing here. Can this be light? I guess is the next question. One of these two has to be dark. They cannot both be light. They can't both be dark either. So this has to extend to somewhere. The question is how it extends. If this connects here, does it have to connect down, or can this be an endpoint? This can be an endpoint. Yeah, there's so many places where it's like the the most obvious conclusion is that it has to connect in a particular way. But since I still don't have any endpoints, instead of connecting, it could just not connect. And that could be an endpoint. And that's what I keep running into with all of these different iterations. Which is why I'm maybe more paralyzed than I usually am on this kind of puzzle. So yeah, this now needs to connect to something. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It could be the 7, actually. It could just be the 7 like this, and then this is an endpoint. All right. We're gonna... I'm gonna play with this. We're gonna draw the owl and see if it's wrong. So, if we assume that this is my 7... Oh, yeah, okay, no. So, the only way for this to be part of the 7 is if this comes out underneath. So this can't be part of the 7. So this has to be part of the 15 still. This still has to be part of the 15 because there's nothing else that's going to reach there. And if it's part of the 7, it breaks the no T rule. I don't even know what a Nutrimatic machine is. But also, tea can be read multiple different ways. And while I am not always drinking tea, I believe myself to be inherently possessed of tea the hormone at all times. All right, so if this needs to connect to the 15 via some roundabout way up here, then where does this 7 go? Yeah, this cannot come down here and then extend to the right. Actually, this can't be light. Because then, no, this could be light there. The beverage machine on the heart of gold. There are puzzles when one color can have tea while the other cannot, allegedly. It's true. These puzzles are very racist. It's kind of a problem. The Infocom Adventure? Whoa. I haven't actually played that one. Is it worth playing? Is it worth touching at all? If this is light, this has to go dark up to here, which means that's how it connects. So it has to go dark that way. And we have an endpoint here. This has to connect out to here. Only for historical value. Fair enough. This now has to be light. And this has to be light. This can't connect here yet. So this has to come up here. Like that. This has to come up to here. So we have a dark cell here. This is now part of the 7. This has to extend. This has to extend. And this still needs to make it to the 15 at some point. This has to be here, which means we're going through there. Definitely worth playing. Don't know that you'd say it's good, but think that it's worth playing at least some of. Okay? This now needs to go up, which means it's separated here, so this needs to go through, since we have our endpoints down at the bottom. 5. That breaks it. This being light breaks it. 7 is screwed. 7 is screwed. Wow, that's a good point. Yeah, I didn't need to worry about that because the 7 is just screwed. So this can't be light. So this has to be dark to connect here. This could then be light and make 2 endpoints. That's still not sure, but this is guaranteed. By a huge margin, the puzzle game you needed the most hinting on. That either means it is a interesting challenge or a frustratingly painful experience. And I won't know which until I try it. So now the next question is, ¿Por qué no los dos? True, true. Can this be light and make these 2 into endpoints? Right? If this is my 2 endpoints, this has to come up here. So this has to come up. So this has to come up. And then connect. And now what? Like La Mulana, you're on team both. Okay, fair enough. If we're talking about La Mulana, I might be on team neither. This has to connect to something. And I can't connect to this without connecting to the 7. So it has to connect to the 7. So let's just say it connects to the 7. Which means this is here, like that. Where is this going? This is still trying to find a way to the 15. This could, just for example, come across this way. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No. Well, this needs to be dark. Because shapes. So for this to connect across, 1, 2, 3, would mean 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 exactly. Would mean this end here is a snake trap, and that's not okay. 1, 2, 3. So it can't go out that way that far, which means it has to be there. So this goes up, so this goes up, so this is dark and connects that way. So this goes up, and I think we're in the same problem as before. This needs to go up. This still needs to make 5. It can't be that 5. Still needs to make 5. This could go to here, and this could be our other endpoint? No, we already have 2 endpoints. So it has to go up this way, which makes another endpoint. Which means, in this example, we are once again screwed. So these have to connect here. We can't have endpoints around the 1. Or at least, these 2 cannot be our endpoints. Can this be our endpoint? Maybe. But if this is connected, this has to be light and this has to be light, which means this has to be dark. Can this 7 extend out to here? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then make an endpoint? Maybe. Maybe, but I don't like it. Why don't I like it, actually? I don't like it because then this would have to connect through here and then move up between the 7 and the 15. And the 15 still needs to wrap around to this. That's why I don't like it. So the 7 can at most go out to here. This already we know can't touch. 7 and 15. So the 7 has to go up to here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7? There? Big snake trap? Nope, not okay. Can at most go out to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This we know is part of the 15 because this is 5 now. That would already be too much. So that has to be like that. And then it's like, well, what if this were 2 endpoints? Every time I get to an intersection, I'm going to be like, well, what if this was an endpoint? I hate it here. I just want to know where my endpoints are. Puzzle, can you give me that? Please. Puzzle, please. This has to be dark and this has to be dark now. Right? And the puzzle whispers down, no. But it does seem like anything that gets light to here, like if this goes up to here, that has to separate from this 5. And if we have endpoints elsewhere, then this has to connect here. Like this 5 has to go up. So this dark here has to go up. This 5 has to go up again. And then it's separated from the 5. So if this is light and we have endpoints elsewhere, we're screwed. But that could be the right configuration if this is my endpoint here. Right? So we could, for example, just commit to this is the 5. This is here. This goes up to here. This goes this way. And then turns a corner. So this needs to be light here for this 5, which means this needs to be dark here, which means this needs to come out this way and connect, and then go up. So this 5 now, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is our other endpoint? I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, yeah, maybe, actually. This is maybe our other endpoint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I need dark here. This is messy, actually. How much of this was an assumption? So if we start from light here, this needs to be dark. This needs to be dark. We're starting from the assumption of this is an endpoint. Two, three here. Five. And now this has to be light. But this also has to do that. So now we have like a loose dark. Yeah, this doesn't work. But we're starting from here, right? Like, this could be light here, which means dark here and dark here, in such a way that's like, maybe this is an endpoint, right? It could be light like that. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this is the other endpoint, for example. I don't know. And then corners are hard. Two, three, four, 5. And then this is a snake trap, so that's not gonna work. This is too many, like I'm assuming a thing, and then I just draw something, and then it doesn't work. But, like, if this goes here at all, then now there's a lot of assumptions about where this could be an endpoint. But if this is an endpoint at all, this needs to come up. And this is stalled here, so it needs to go to the right. So this needs to connect here. This now is still between the 15 and the light. So it needs to connect this and go down. Actually, just from here alone, I know that this needs to happen. Which means this needs to happen. And now the 15 needs to come up to this at some way. So it needs to come up here. And it can't connect through here, otherwise this is blocked off, and we're debating whether or not this is an endpoint in some way. I'm not committing to it must be an endpoint in this way, but if this is an endpoint at all, this cannot block this off here. So this has to go dark through there, which means light and light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, okay, that doesn't work. Yeah, this needs to come up to here, so this needs to connect. And now we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And this needs to be there. and there, and there, and there. And then this needs to connect out here in some way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This needs to be 6, 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then this comes out to here. And then this needs to be light, so that's my 2. So then this needs to do that. And we've made a square here. So if this ends at all, if this is an endpoint, either here or further up or whatever, we end up in this situation, which looks pretty illegal to me. We've ended up in a situation where this needs to run into an endpoint. And this needs to be part of the 4. We still don't know where our endpoint is, other than here. So then this needs to connect up and around. Actually, this might be the beginning of the actual puzzle, the actual solution. Like, what if this connects here and goes around there? Where is this? What does this 4 look like? Maybe this 4 is a square? No, that's bad. Maybe this 4 is like this? That creates 2 endpoints. Maybe this 4 is like this? That creates a square. Maybe this 4 is this square? I'm wondering if this 4 requires an endpoint. What if this 2 is like this? No. Okay, that has to be dark around here. This has to be light. This has to be dark here. Unless this is the other endpoint, right? Maybe this is an endpoint, and this 4 connects there. And then this continues. But if this goes up in this way, here, that's got to go this way so as to not create an endpoint. But then this is the other endpoint, which is maybe okay. Three, 4, 5, so that's dark, so that comes down to here. This is light. That goes that way. This needs to connect here. This goes this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Requires dark here and dark here, which requires the 4 to be light like this. Does that work? It does not. It does, actually. If that goes that way and that goes this way. Does this work? Holy crap, is this it? Did we do it? That's a 3. That's a 4. That's a 5. That's a 5. That's the 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. White never makes the pattern. Dark never makes the pattern. Yeah, this looks like it. All right, so I'm going to block off your view while I draw this out. Just going to draw all of the light pieces. Seven goes out to here. Nice. Cool. Cool. All right. That feels really good. And I am ready to leave this place. Not forever, but for now. And I'll come back when I feel like doing Morphic Fractals, I guess. We can go mystery hunting, if I can remember what a mystery is. Bonk. I guess at any point I could feel like doing Morphic Fractals and generate a Mirabilis that way. Or I could never come back here again. Which also seems like a valid approach. What even is that place? Part of the Deluge. This, weirdly, is part of Lucent Waters. That little island is also part of Deluge. Not that I can get there. But if I could get there, it would be from Deluge. This is also part of Dance of the Fireflies. Sure. So, mysteries, huh? I don't think we have popped open any new mysteries since the last time I looked over here. Nor have we solved any new mysteries since the last time I looked over here. But we can go look at my list of mysteries. Above a precipice where two waterfalls kiss in the air. Feel like we found that and then weren't actually able to discover a peculiar object, so maybe we didn't find it. Seek a puzzle that stands on a crumbling foundation beyond a broken ring, where a river forks at the edge of this world, edge of the world. Okay. I feel like we can probably find out where a river forks at the edge of the world. There's not a whole lot of rivers in most of the zones. So this is sounding very Autumn Fallsy. Here, maybe? Or here, maybe? Of course, if I really feel like just... Trickster Island? What the hell is Trickster Island? Is that something I have access to? If I really just want to go for logic grids, there's a whole mess of logic grids over here leading up to Shattered Library. And I am pretty sure at this point, I have unlocked all of the logic grid rules. So they should all be available. Myopia Arrow. What a strange rule. So the point I'm making is there's a lot of things to go do. Really a lot of things that I could go do at any point. Sliding scales and complex mosaics. I will not. Thank you. All right, let's go mystery hunting rather than enclave hunting or logic grid hunting. All right. Is this a river forking at the edge of the world? Yo, what's up, small logic grid? No squares, and connect all dark cells and all light cells. Okay, well, connect all means that. What else does it mean? Connect all means that, actually. This needs to get out in some way. This comes out to there. This needs to connect either up or down, maybe both. Maybe both. If this is light, needs to come out. Then this probably needs to be dark. Seems like it could work. Connect all dark cells and connect all light cells. Is that enough to be restrictive of... Is that all you need for Checkerboard Lemma? Hold on. This is like, this pattern, this set of rules, is the one that gets me every time. Where's my lemma? Show me a lemma. Here. It is just these two. A checkerboard pattern can never be formed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to connect one color without disconnecting the other. And then you also have the border rules at the same point. So only one thing on the border, that's fine. But this and this, like, these can't both be light. So this needs to be dark here. And here, this needs to be dark as well. So the checkerboard is the solution to the problem. This could still go around that way instead of going through. This can't be dark, so this needs to be light. This can't be dark, so it needs to be light. And then this can't be light. Yeah. And then this needs to be light. This needs to go up through that way. Great. Yeah, once you know the checkerboard lemma, things get a lot easier. And for whatever reason, I have a real tough time internalizing that exact rule. So this whole thing just looks like a mess, and now it looks a lot more solvable. A lot more solvable. This is the only light connection through. That has to go that way. Now the dark needs to come around like that. And this light needs to connect to this light. And this dark needs to go dark all the way around because of the edge rules. Likewise, this light needs to connect all the way around to the dark through. There we go. Edge rules, man. Edge rules. Okay. This river does not look like it is forking. I'm not seeing any forks for this river. So I guess fork you. Wait, I'm right by the place where I thought waterfalls were kissing, aren't I? Because that is also a fork at the edge of the world. So maybe it doesn't have the mystery that I thought it did, but it has a different mystery? And I need to find a crumbling foundation? Also, what's up? Hang on. It's our inaugural Pachoom. Pachoom! This is definitely a forking river. This river is certainly forked. Puzzle that stands on a crumbling foundation beyond a broken ring, where a river forks at the edge of the world. Crumbling foundation, huh? I'm not sure we have a crumbling foundation here. Or a broken ring. So I guess we check out this space and see if that river is forking. Sure. Guess as long as I'm here, might as well engage in some cleanup. Does this river fork? Not especially. It's pretty straightforward, this river. Sure are a lot of sky drops out here, though. What are you doing? Okay. Got it. I just want the sky drops to not be in the way. Oh, this could be where waterfalls are kissing. Was I supposed to do when waterfalls kissed? Above a precipice where two waterfalls kiss in the air. This is less two waterfalls kissing in the air and more a river rejoining to make one big waterfall. Thank you. So difficult to remove. There is plenty of other stuff to do, though, as long as we're here. Like sightseers, for example. Wow, rude. I was just trying to get rid of the sky drop, man. Just let me get rid of the sky drop. Without getting in the way. My god. The jump pad. Awkward. How do I not jump the jump pad? I don't think I can not jump on the jump pad. Alright, whatever, man. I'm just gonna do this instead. These are neat. Where do I start with this? The 2, I guess? Don't make this pattern. Aha. Aha. Figured it out. I have come to an appropriate conclusion regarding patterns and not making them. Connect all light cells. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Connect all light cells. I'm on it. I was just looking at the viewpoint numbers and didn't realize that there were rules. Once I realized there were rules, puzzle kind of opened up a bit. This 5 is already resolved. This 5 is now also already resolved. Does this need to? This does need to connect. This now needs to connect through here. You need 2, 3, 4. You have 5. You have 3. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. That needs to come out there and there. Hey, look. The 7 is happy. Great day. 3, 4, 5. So this would be 6, which is not allowed. Now it has to go through there. Now you need that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this needs that. If this were light, this 7 would break. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, what are the other mysteries that are available to me? Whoa. Never mind. All dark regions have Area 5. All light regions have Area 5. Okay, well, let's separate some dark regions from each other. Can go still in many directions, each of these regions. Area 5, huh? 5 is a lot of area. If this connects here, that's 5. If this doesn't connect here, this needs to go... This has to connect to this. There's no way for this to get 5 without connecting to this. So it has to connect exactly there. Needs at least that. Does this need to... It can. Does it need to? Needs a little strong. This can't be dark on its own. This has to be that. Great. If this were light, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, both of these would need to be dark, which makes something huge. So this needs to be dark. If this were light now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's dark. And that's okay? I think that might be okay, actually. If this were dark, this light goes up to here to make 3, there to make 5, so this needs to be dark. It's also kind of okay, at least on the initial on the initial setup. If this is light, this needs to be dark. And if this is dark, I guess it can connect up and make a 5. And then we have a light that's a 5. And that's okay? That's okay. On the other hand, if this were light, dark there, and dark there. If this is light, dark there and dark there makes a 6. So this has to be dark. That has to be light. Now this can't connect here, because that's too big. But that's a 5, and that's a 5. Looking good. Looking good and feeling good. This can't be dark. This has to be light. So that has to be light. If this were dark, it would seal off a light. Now this needs to be dark. These can't both be light because that would make a 6. So it has to be like that. Now this is a 5. Huzzah. This needs to be a 5. These can't touch, so that needs to be a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. This needs to be out to here. One of these two is the 4's 5th, so this needs to be dark. Now, this can't be dark because that would be too much, so this needs to be light. So we do that. This is a 5. Bam. Heck yeah. Good puzzle. Quality puzzle. Thank you for being here. Appreciate what you're doing. Anybody see any red boxes? I see another green box that is different from a red box. Remarkably unhelpful. Man, why did I even take this Luminous quest if I'm not going to be solving shifting mosaics? Maybe I go back to the archipelago and do the shifting mosaics. At least I know I'm going to get a Mirabilis out of that. Aha. Sneaky. Hello. I guess we'll do some sliding puzzles. Sure. There we go. Whoa! I remember this. This was used for a different mystery. Also, hello, Lil Shiner. Yes, this area was previously relevant for something else. Alright, back to mysteries. Don't want to let myself get too distracted here. Broken ring. Where would there be a crumbling foundation at the edge of the world? Maybe the crumbling foundation is more relevant? I feel like that happened in a couple of places out here. There is a little bit of water here. Did that go off the edge? Well, I'm now in the middle of Deluge. Cool. Good for me. Let's follow these rivers to their edges, and maybe we can find a crumbling foundation with a broken ring. Boy, that sure looks like a river forking near the edge of the world. Where is a crumbling foundation? I remember an enclave with a bunch of crumbling foundations. Past a broken ring. Broken ring. That feels like it would stand out, you know? Right, we're gonna keep on cruising around here and seeing what we can see. I am gonna do the Sentinel Stones, though. Okay, there's not another one back there. There we go. Nice. What's your deal? I see. We need to be up here. No. We need to be horizontal here so we can roll down and make it across. Nailed it. Look at this little guy. Do you think he's relevant for anything? An elephant staring off into the distance at the end of the world. just want to get height. Not a lot of height to be found here. Some, I suppose. Oh, hello, little guy. Don't make this pattern. Okay. Can this connect there? No. Excuse me? Oh, I see. I, didn't think hard enough. Cruise around this edge. Maybe we'll find a river that forks near the edge of the world. And then a broken ring and a crumbling foundation. This does not look like either of those things, but it is a river that forks near the edge of the world. Maybe it needs to fork as it's going off the edge? But it certainly forks around here. Well, you're not a broken ring, but I will take lore. The sunset knows what the dawn never dreamed of. Sure. In age lies wisdom. Probably have to do this from here, actually. Maybe here? Yeah. Got him. This is cool. This actually like kind of lush, grassy area. I feel like you don't see this sort of open, lush, grassy area very often in this game. There's a lot of like darker or enclosed areas. So to have this sort of like sunlit prairie kind of feel is rare. Anyway, up we get. Keep on cruising the edges. There's not a lot of rivers here on these edges, are there? The edge of whatever zone I'm in here. Well, I'll keep going around just in case. I don't want to miss something. Look at all these mazes. Dang. Y'all like Crystal Labyrinths? Not convinced that I like Crystal Labyrinths. I'm mostly bad at Crystal Labyrinths, is the problem. Scurry, hurry. Scout, route, surmount. Wild? There are multiple jump pads. So it seems like I'll have to run in, jump up to the second floor, fall somewhere else, then jump back up to the second floor in order to make it to this jump pad. Looks like that path is real here. This through here, maybe? Trying to figure out where the walls are. The wall downstairs. Yeah, this looks like it's real. So I want to get to this jump pad. How do I get to that jump pad? Down there. There. Under here. Under where? Where's even the entrance to this place? Can I actually just run this whole mess? There. Over to the jump pad? It looks like I can. Wait, how do I get into this crystal labyrinth? Where is the entrance? Shouldn't there be an entrance? I'm not seeing anything that looks like an entrance. Which is a little disconcerting. What do we do about crystal labyrinths that don't have entrances? There we go. That's an entrance. Only I had a rock. Rude? But accurate? Okay, so coming in from there... Can I actually just run straight to the thing? I think I can just run straight to the thing. There's no way. Oh, it sure looks like I can just run straight. Looks like I can just run straight to the thing. Okay. I cannot. We got to get there from the other side. Wow, rude. There we go. Hardly quickly, but it was completed. Now I can work on the flow orbs course inside the crystal labyrinth. Okay, sure. Wow. Okay, so this crystal labyrinth is actually like a 4-second crystal labyrinth. All 9 flow orbs? Jesus. I'm not convinced I'm doing this. You know what I think I am doing, though? Is taking my usual stream break. This is a good time to go and refill my water, I think. So I'm going to go do that. and will keep hunting for mysteries when I get back. So hopefully I ever find anything. And we'll see how that goes. Ready? All right, I did say that we were gonna go hunting for more mysteries, but the Sentinel Stones is right here, you see. This group of stones here is puzzling. Nice, 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 nice. All right. Now, that thing that I said, as I am staring an enclave in the face. No, now that thing that I said. Up you get. There is a river that forks right at the end. Is that a broken ring? How broken is this ring, actually? We talking about that as if it's a broken ring? That could be... This could be the thing. I'm not positive. Stands on a crumbling foundation beyond a broken ring. Crumbling foundation beyond a broken ring? Oh, this is absolutely it. This is 100% it. All right. All numbers are off by 1 and connect all dark cells. Okay. So all of these are mirrored, which is correct. And all numbers are off by 1. This can't be a 3. There's no way for this to be a 3. There's no way for this to be a 0, so it's got to be a 2. Yeah, this can't be a 3, so it's got to be a 1. Likewise. I mean, they have to be the same number, is the thing, right? If they're connected. So these both have to be 5s, these both have to be 6s, these both have to be 2s. One, 2, not there, not there, 3, so 4, 5 at minimum. That at minimum. They need to be separated. These need to be 5s. 1, 2. This is the 4th at minimum. They can't... Oh, they can, actually. This could just connect. Well, that's an interesting thought. If they don't connect, they go to here. And then this goes up and seals it off completely. And then... If they do connect, is that legal? Yeah, this can still go around and then back up. If they don't connect, this seals off here. This goes up 1. And then it has to take the bottom 2. Which blocks off... Okay, so it has to connect. This needs to connect here. That can't. 3, 4, 5. These definitely can't touch. 6. Cool. All right. Now, I resolve it as if these rules don't exist. I don't need to worry about connecting all dark cells, so stuff can be sealed off if I needed to. But any dark cell I touch does need to still be symmetric. That's still real. Okay, this still needs this as part of the 5. And then it can go either way. This... yeah, this needs that as part of the 7. For sure. Can take either of these. But that is part of the 7. So this can go up to here. And then across, like, anywhere else out into the world here. Likewise, this can go up to here, and then needs to start going across. Which means... this isn't guaranteed for it, because it could go 1, 2, 3, 4. But this is guaranteed for the 6. Because if it goes up, now it can't go up or right. If it goes this way... this way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? But that's only if the 4 isn't taking this spot. If the 4 isn't taking this spot, it has to go up and over, so this can't be part of the 6 either. The 4 is taking this spot, the 6 can't take that. So it has 1, 2, 3, 4. This needs to be part of the 6. And then it can go in either direction. That needs to be part of the 3. Don't connect. Unclear yet if this is dark or part of the 3. Likewise here. Dark or part of the 5. But if this is dark, then it needs to go here, which separates it from the 4. Does this guarantee anything for this? Because if this is dark, this needs to be light. If either of these are dark, then this needs to be mirrored. If neither of these are dark, then it doesn't matter. This connects to literally nothing, then it doesn't make a difference. Can this be light for the 4? If this is light, then this needs to be light for the 6. Then this needs to be light for the 7. Quite the chain. But the 4 needs 2 more, and it can be up and down, for example. Or it could take this one. 2 of these 3. Because it can't go anywhere else. It's exactly 2 of these 3. Which means either this or this is going to be part of the 4. So this definitely needs to be dark. The 6 now is a little bit more restricted. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5. It can't take that, and it can't take that, so it needs to go up to here for the 6, which separates it from the 7. The 7 now is a lot more restricted. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't take that. 5, 6. Can't take that one. 7. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8. So 2 of these 3 now is light for the 7. Neat. So is this 6 resolved? This 6 could be resolved here. Same with this 3. One of these 2. Don't know which one. 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe 8 if it wants it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Could be closed off. Still 2 of these 3 to make this 4. Doesn't need this necessarily. If either of these are dark, both of them need to be dark. Which then puts the 6 taking this, and the 4 taking both of these. So the 6 needs to take this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the 7 goes up here and takes 7 here. 6. Dark. Does that work? Let's see if that works, actually. Take that to paint. So if this is dark and this is dark, this needs to be exactly here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This needs to be light, so this needs to be dark here, which means this needs to be light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that looks like it works, actually. Oh, no, this is not symmetric here. It doesn't work. Yeah, if these are both dark, this needs both of these, which means this needs to be dark to keep them separated, and that loses the symmetry. So these need to both be light. This could still be dark. But the 4 now only needs one of these 2. This could still be dark and have it follow the same kind of chain as before. Because the way the space worked up here, like, it kind of worked out pretty well. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If the 6 takes this, this is dark, this is light, this has to be dark. If the 6 doesn't take this, the 6 has to extend out, this is light, this has to be dark. Cool. What does that mean for the 5? Dark, dark, dark? Does that work? If the 3 is here, this needs to be dark and this needs to be dark. Which means by symmetry, this needs to be dark, which doesn't work. 3 has to be here. This can't connect. The 4 is here. Dark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This now has to be light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only one of these can connect to the 7. And this can't be dark because it breaks symmetry. So that needs to be light. Can both of these be light for the 6? Light, light, dark. If both of these are light, yeah, okay. If this is dark here, this is light. But then this needs to be light. Which means this would need to be, yeah, okay. So it doesn't, this can't be dark is the important part of this. Got him! Heck yeah, a mystery resolved. One more. Feel good about that. So this is our broken ring, huh? Okay. It's a good thing I decided to just cruise, because I would have never spotted this on the map. I don't know that I even realized there was a river there on the map. There's so many enclaves that I could go to. There's like... I still haven't resolved any monoliths somehow. It's kind of incredible to me that I haven't done that yet. Or I could delve deeper into mysteries. I mean, there's so much to do in this game. Holy crap. Kind of impressive. Just how many different directions I could go if I felt like it. And how many places I just skipped on the way up. Quest for perfection. I could do a quest for perfection. I could also try and find some more monolith stuff. We actually made a bunch of headway on the monolith here. Oh, I did finish this monolith. Okay. I got the Mirabilis for this monolith. That's great. I still need to figure out where I can stand to see all of the monoliths at once. And I have a sneaking suspicion that it is on top of one of the monoliths, but that's not necessarily the case. I could also just find the highest point on the map. Which is up here. Wouldn't be the first time I've been up there. Which ones are the blue ones? Blue ones are apparently the crouch walk ones. The purple ones are the flybys. Inner to the outer is 3 dots. I don't think I realized that enclaves had difficulty ratings. Really? Maybe it's don't look at? Oh, maybe it's crouch walk. Got him. All right, can we spot some monoliths from this point? There's one. Oh, I can't interact with it until I've solved it, huh? I have to find all the bits before I can look at all the monoliths? Also, there are lots of monoliths I can't see from here? Okay. Yeah, I think I can only grab the monolith once. Wow. Okay. I think I can only grab the monolith once I've resolved it. So I guess we gotta find all the monolith bits if I really want to solve another mystery. I mean, there's other mysteries we can go for, but... that wouldn't hurt either. Oh? Purple? Already fixed you? Okay, great. Happy to hear it. Yeah, okay. Can't see that one. Now I can see that monolith. And this one. And this one. Oh my god, what have I done? Is there a limit to how many markers I can have out? I think 5. I think 5 is how many markers I can have out. And that one. I think I can even see that one from here. I think this is visible. Okay, so this is the point at which I can see all 5 monoliths. So that's great. But now we gotta go out and resolve them. Which, like, that's less great. Nice try, buddy. Can I not, like, force the monolith to do a thing? Interact? Monolith adjacent flow orbs? Alright, fine. We'll try it. Pretty good. I'll take that. That's fine. Lucent Waters Quest for Perfection. You can continue past 5 puzzles. The highest possible score is 25 puzzles. Oh my god. You can do more? You can be more perfect? Heck yeah, let's be more perfect. Connect all dark cells. Okay, that's helpful. Or at least that, so that comes up. Connect all dark cells means this has to come out that way. This has to come out, and this can't go up here, so it's got to go there. One. Okay, this has to take those. Two. Ah, garbage! I hate this garbage. C. A could go through. No, A cannot go through C. A has to go around C. D doesn't have to go anywhere. But A has to come up to A. Uh-oh. Disaster. Oh no, B doesn't have to come out. B doesn't have to come out. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. B doesn't have to go anywhere. No! A mistake. A mistake has occurred. Unbelievable. I guess we're not perfect. But I wanted to be perfect. I'm insufficiently perfect. Damn it. Huh, I have a tutorial button, but no foresight buttons. The foresight has gone away. This needs to be part of the 9. Ah, and we need to connect all dark cells. Okay, okay, great. It gets one of these two, so that needs to be dark. Because it can't get 4 any other way. 4 more. But those need to be separated. Oh, it can't take this. It has to take this. Seven can at most take this going right. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. That means this needs to come out this way. This or this? That has to be this. Which means I think this 5 needs this. This needs to come out, so that needs to be light. You need 5, and it can't be both of these. And then that. Better. A does need to come out. So does B. Oh, it's a good thing I have a start over button. Eight needs that. 7 needs that. 2 needs... Can't be that, so it's got to be exactly that. 1, 2... This is 5 on the 8. So it gets one of the 3s, and it cannot get the 2. This is 4, so it gets one of the 3s, and it cannot get this. Four would be 3 would be 5, so it can't get this. Oh. Don't make 4 in a row, but connect all dark cells without making 4 in a row. Okay. So this has to be light. But the dark cells still need to come out, so now we need light on either side. This dark needs to come out. Don't make 4 in a row. One of these two needs to be light. Maybe both. Why not both? This could just be light. There's no reason for this to be dark ever. Light is unrestricted. So if you're not sure about a cell, if it could be both easily, it's probably light. That said, I'm not going to make assumptions. I'm going to wait until I have a reason that it needs to be one or the other. Connect all dark cells might be part of that reason. This needs to be dark, or these need to be dark. Both of these. Troublesome. This needs to be dark. Or this needs to be dark. If this is dark, this can't be dark anymore. Which means this has to come all the way out, which is impossible. This has to be light, which means this has to be dark, which means this has to be light. I actually really like the music for Quest for Perfection. It's like a little bit ominous, but it's not like anxiety inducing. It's just like somber compared to the rest of the music. I'm into it. How is this still a 2 dot? I am agonizing over this puzzle. If this is light, this has to be light. If this is dark, this has to be light. If this is light, then we're either making 4 in a row here or 4 in a row here. So this has to be dark. So this has to be light. So this also has to be light because it can't be dark, because dark can't be, you know, the thing. You know, the thing. Can this be dark? It could be dark around that. Can it be dark through here? If this is dark, this has to be light. If this is dark, this has to be light and this has to be light. That's definitely illegal. This has to be light. Can this be dark? This is dark. This is light. And this is light. You'd think I'd be moving quicker on stuff like this. This is supposed to be easy. Well, easy-ish. Maybe the trick is that this can't be dark. If this is dark, light and light. So now we have to go through here or around here. Dark, dark. And if this is dark, that fails. So this has to go through here. This would have to be light. Seems like it works. Yeah, if this is light, this has to be dark. So if this is dark, this is light. This has to be dark. This is light, but you can't come through here. But you can go around to here. Seems like it works. Why can't this be dark? This is dark. This is light. Now we have to go through here. It's fine. That was the plan anyway. Can this be dark? This is dark. This is light. Dark, dark. I don't know, sure. Until we realize that this has to be light for reasons. Oh! Oh, it was right there! It was right there. It was right there. It was staring at me. It was so obvious. There was a 4 in a row, just the gap. Okay, okay. So this has to come out. This has to come out. That has to be light. This has to be dark. Now this has to be light. That connects there. This connects here. Now this has to be light. Jeez. This can't be dark through here. So this has to be dark through here. Which means this has to be light. Yep, exactly. Wow. 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 Okay. That's fairly clear. Connect all dark cells. Up and around. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh? Okay, well, that's light and that's light. That's light. This needs to come around. Yeah, no, that was a 1 dot. I agree. Don't make the pattern. All right. Connect all dark cells. Don't make the pattern. All right. Well, this is not a lot to work with, is the thing. If this is light, both of these have to be dark. So this has to be dark. And that is what they call a start. This needs this to be dark. Which means this is light. Which means this needs to be dark. And now dark is connecting through this center, so that needs to be dark. Region sizes. Okay. That needs to be light. One of these is dark, the other two are light. Okay. This one is a lot more clear. These can't both be light, because that'll give its next one too much. So if only one of these can be light, I'm not sure which direction it goes after that, so it's hard to tell. This now cannot connect to the 5. Likewise, this cannot connect to the 5. It's 4 for the 5. That's 5 for the 5. That's 5 for fighting. This can't connect here. And this 9 cannot connect to this mess of light here now. So this can't be part of the 9, which means the 9 has to come out this way. This is 4. Could take another 4. This certainly can't be dark, so this must be part of the 9. These can't touch. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 8. So this can't connect here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5. These can't touch here either. 5 needs to go out this way, which is now 5. This 5 cannot connect here, which means the 9 is now 9'd. And the 7 is now 7'd. Don't make this... connect all dark cells. That is always the key part here. Make sure all dark cells connected. I think this has to connect through here, yeah? How do we feel about regions? This can't be dark. That's how we feel about regions. This is dark. Then we have to do light, light. Which means we have to do dark. Which means we have to do light, light. Which means we have to do dark. This can take its 4 there. That works, actually. Okay, if this is light, this has to do dark, dark, which is illegal. Great. Figured it out. This is now 3, which the 4 can't connect to. There we go. Don't make the pattern. Connect all dark cells. Oh, don't make the pattern. All right. That's a lot of clarity. Just don't make the pattern. That needs to be dark. That needs to be light then. Dark, dark. So light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light. 3, 4, 5, 6. Cannot connect to that 7, so... Can't use this. These 2 can't connect, which means we have 7. Let's have 7. This 7 can't connect here, which means we have 7. I think we have 8 too. 3, 5, 7. Beautiful. Connect all dark cells, also region numbers. This could be light in a world where light, light to make 4. No restrictions on patterns, so no, like, only... No... Yeah, no preventatives there. Dark can just go everywhere as long as these are fulfilled. Let's see, if this 4 takes this, it's now a 3, and it needs 1 more, which it can't, so this has to be dark. Which means this has to be light. Could. Takes these 5, this comes out that way. If it takes this, it takes these 5. These 5? That blocks this off. These 4. How are you getting 5? It looks like this, doesn't it? Because otherwise it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the 4 can't get anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. this be the 4? This comes up. Easily? Do I just assume? It works. If this is light, go back the other way around. If this is light, then dark needs to come up through here. So 4 has to be these 4, which means 5 is screwed. All right, 5 cannot take all of these, obviously, because of the 4. But the most it can get here is 3. And if it then takes this 2, 4 is screwed. So it has to take... Yeah, it has to take these. Got it. Great. Love that. B does need to come out, as does A. A does need to come out, as does C. C does need to come out. B does need to come out. A needs to come out. Oh. C cannot connect with D. Likewise. That's all of the B. No, there's a B over here. Great. Connect all dark cells. You got it, buddy. Consider all dark cells connected. Don't make 4 in a row and connect all dark cells. Okay, so we have to start like this. Oh, this didn't have to start that way. Oh, no. Well, I guess it started that way anyway. Yeah, okay. I mean, you just make the path, you just symmetry, right? But it didn't have to, you know. That's the point I'm trying to make. It could have not. Does this have to? Well, it certainly can't be that. Two, 3. Can't be that either. Great. Okay, sure. And connect all dark cells? Boy, you just keep asking for more things, don't you? It can't get both of these because then its next thing breaks it. It can get one of these. It could even get this one. No, it cannot go here and then here because that leaves this dark with nowhere to go. Yeah, if this is dark, this is light. And then all of these have to be dark. And this has to be light. Yeah, okay. So this cannot be dark. Which means that's my 5. 6, 6. 5, 6, 7. Perfect. Don't make 4 in a row. And connect all dark cells. Yes, connect all dark cells is a big part of that. A huge part of the equation. This is dark. I'm gonna get light, light. This is light. This has got to be dark. That's not true. This is light. One of these two has to be dark. There's not really any reason why I couldn't just fill out the corners with light. Presumably. I guess dark needs to meander a little bit. Owls? Yeah, sometimes owls. Oh, this needs to be light. Where else is dark just close enough to creating a 4 of? One of these two needs to be dark. And then that needs to extend to this. So this needs to be dark. Now this needs to be light. So this needs to be dark. So this needs to be light. That's 3. This to get out of here needs that. That's 3. That's 3. That's dark. This needs to connect to here. So that needs to go through there. So this needs to be light. And light. Nice. Man, I've started to sing this "Don't Make This Pattern" like the commercials for that old board game. Do you remember the extremely old board game back when board games had to have like weird components in it? So there was like Pop-O-Matic Trouble, and there was Operation, and there was Don't Wake Daddy. Does anyone remember Don't Wake Daddy? Presumably because he'd chase you with his belt or something. So I've definitely seen this "Don't Make This Pattern" and had it come up in my head as like, don't make patterns. And that's a little bit of insight into what my head is like sometimes. This needs to be dark because this needs to connect to other things. And that is the only way for this to connect to other things, which means this needs to be light. And then this needs to come up this way, so that needs to be light. And that needs to be light. Now, these to get through here needs dark, so this needs light. This needs light. That needs dark. I've completed 25 grids in the quest for perfection. This is the maximum possible score. Incredible. What does that do for me? It doesn't. I've done it. It doesn't do anything for me. I've just done it and it's done. All right. Great. We take those. What is with this monolith? Huh? What is your deal? Not helpful. Eh? Not helpful. This seemed remarkably unhelpful. Why can't the matchboxes be helpful? This is extremely like a thing. Thank you. Just light up. Just do it. Just give me the light motif already. Thank you. Oh, that looks familiar. I saw the green one of that. I just saw the green one of that. Where did I see the green one of that? Here. Did I see the red one of this? Oh, no, but I see you two. Get resolved, matchboxes! Alright, for real though, what is going on with this monolith? Why hasn't this monolith told me where to find its friends? If I click on a monolith, usually the monolith, like, shows things? I guess I'm seeing that for this monolith still? That's weird. I'm clicking on that monolith, but this is the monolith that's displaying paths. I don't super like that. That's weird. That's not how that's supposed to work. Pachoom? Wait. Pachoom? Pachoom. Not feeling good about what's happening with these monolith pieces. There's a lot of hidden things around here. Get found, idiots. Oh? Where do you go? Is this not an Enclave entry? It's not. It's just a pad. Well, that's nice of it. Yeah, I'm still seeing the lights for that one. I wonder if that's what's causing the problem. Maybe if I find one of those, it'll stop doing the thing. Maybe if I teleport, it'll figure itself out. Is it just standing here next to my teleport spot? I can't let that sit. Exactly one light symbol per area. Don't make this pattern. Okay. Cool. And connect all dark cells. Okay. Cool. And this has to go up here at least. And here. Can't connect. This also, the most it can go here, so it has to at least do this. Don't make this pattern and exactly one symbol per light area. Boy, that's something, isn't it? So not a lot of light to break up the 2x2s. But we are connecting all dark cells, so that's cool. I love connecting all dark cells. It's my favorite. It's not my favorite, actually. I think there's a... It's a fine... Like, I don't have anything against it. It's a fine mechanic, but it's not my favorite mechanic. I don't know what my favorite mechanic is. That's actually a really good question. Chat, what is your favorite logic grid mechanic? So this can get 4 out of here. So it needs to get 2 more, at least, going this way. Mine might be Symmetry. Or Galaxies. Like, I really like that kind of gameplay. With that kind of deduction. I'd have to go through the list. I guess area numbers are pretty good. Anything where I can just shout corner really loudly before clicking on a square with confidence is probably pretty good. So we're like a little bit limited, but we should be able to do more here, yeah? Probably. I guess if this needs to come out, it doesn't necessarily need to come out up this way, right? It could come down and around and through here somehow. In some way or another, we could just be like big S's. What if this was the 4, right? Then we have dark, 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 and then this needs to come out to here. 6 comes out. This comes out to here. And then what? And then we take it to paint. What if light? Dark, dark, dark. Comes out to here. Light. Dark. And then what? And then this has 1. And then this has to be dark here so that this can get out. So this needs to connect to here. And it could be like that. Could be straight up. But now this needs to go up 1, 2. Now that's 4. Can't go there because it would cut off the dark. Can't touch the 4. The 6 can't actually resolve if we go through this pattern. So this can't be light. Do we... Oh, forgot to minimize. Too much tabbing around. Gotta remember to minimize instead. Is there a keyboard shortcut to minimize? Like, I know Alt-Tab to let you swap things, but there's a keyboard shortcut to, like, minimize something? Like Shift-Tab or something? I don't know. Not one that I'm familiar with. I guess some things let you Control-M, but a lot of the time it feels like that's, you know, mute instead. Alt-Enter. Really? Nope. Oh, I see that maybe. Okay, maybe. Sure. Apparently not. Maybe just some programs? Maybe just some programs. Yeah, I'd believe that. The 6 needs 3 more. And it can't be both of these, so at least one of these two needs to be light, or needs to be dark. And we don't need to, like, snake, right? There's no, you know, avoiding T's or anything. But I guess 6 could just take up all of this space now. Like this. No. Because if this 6 goes right, it then has to go down into one of these two. Maybe even both of these two. Kind of like that, actually, right? Like dark through here. So we have 6 here. We have 6 here. 4 goes up and right. Or maybe 4 just goes across. And then dark fills in. Yeah, actually, I think that's the owl. It's not the owl. I was misinformed. Disaster. I had the shape of it in my head, and it didn't come together. I over undoed. Redo. No, not restart. There is no redo. Fine. Be that way. What did I screw up? It looked right. 6. This comes up here. 6 here. Connects. Four. Oh, I was drawing above here. I needed to go through here. It does work. Oh, I see why it doesn't work, because these don't connect. That was the part I was missing. This 6 needs to go further down to here. It needs to go all the way down, I think. Let me take additional space elsewhere. Yeah, we could just make a 6 grid here. And that gives me the room that I need to connect. Yeah, we go. A lot of trial and error, jeez. Alright, where did that super monolith go? Yeah, are these lines just permanent now? Is that what's going on? Where's my jump pad? There's got to be a jump pad out here somewhere. I want to go up. There we go. Hello, friend. Starting to get more familiar with these puzzles. Feeling more comfortable about them. This isn't good. Windows plus down. Really? I need to be rotating the other direction. That's the problem. More than that, this needs to come out. I need to find a way to get that out. To rotate, like swap 2 of these. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Rough. What is going on? Like that? There we go. Finally, the rotations worked. Kind of. Kind of. Dang it. There we go. This is what I wanted. Probably. This is still not what I wanted. This remains not what I wanted. Forever not what I wanted. Is this what I wanted? This seems like still not what I wanted. I got them rotated though now. Like I got the horizontal line in a different position. Hey, here we go. Jeez. What a struggle. Is this not a jump pad? What is this? What is this? What? Wait, what? I don't think I've seen these before. The hell, that's a lot of rings. What are these glowing circles? These have got to be related to something. Leads me up to there? Okay. Ah, it's a ring course that I've already done. And they just stay glowing for some reason? No, that's weird. Yeah, I was gonna say that's super weird. Okay. Problem resolved. That's good. Cool. Hey, look, lore. All right, it's after 6, and I'm getting even more distractible than usual. So I'm gonna take this lore, and we're gonna call it for the night, I think. To truly cherish something, one must know its absence. That feels kind of real, actually. One of the ways in which you know that you miss something is by missing it. Check it out, there's more lore. What kind of disc are you? You're this kind of disc. That's cool. Got him. Love it. Heck yeah, level 14 Sentinel Stones. Wow, did I just get distracted from quitting? I really am distracted. All right, let's call it. This is as good a time as any. Prevent myself from getting sucked into something else. I'm very good at this. Wow. Just super good. All right. Thanks for coming, folks. This has been a great time. I am absolutely still loving this game. There is so much more to do. But I'm not going to let that stop me. I'm going to keep doing it. So that's what I'm going to do.